check, mic check. Mic check.
Did you hear it? Yeah.
In there?
Yeah.
There we go, perfect. It wasn't working the first time.
Is Whitey coming today?
As far as I know. He said see you Saturday, back on Wednesday, so.
Okay.
Alright. Looks like the mic's working now, so that's good. There he is. Good word there for a second. Whoops. These are both Gehlens as opposed to yours.
This is game 2. You got game
Oh,
1.
that's game 2. I gotcha. I got confused now. Hello and welcome to the ballpark in Larchwood for today's non-conference doubleheader between the Westline Wildcats and the visiting Gehlen Catholic Jays. I am Jordan DeSmit, and I will be giving you the call here for this one on YouTube, and I'll talk a little bit about both teams. First, for Gehlen Catholic. They are out of the War Eagle Conference, and they're led by head coach Kirk Krednazel. And last year, the Jays ended the year with an 18 and 13 record after a loss in the sub-state semifinal to Remsen St. Mary's. And right now, the Jays are sitting at 7 and 6 overall and 3 and 1 in the War Eagle Conference. That puts them at fourth in their conference behind Remsen St. Mary's, West Sioux, and Hinton. And the Jays had a good week this week. They beat Central Lyon 5-0 on Monday. Then they beat South O'Brien 11-3 on Wednesday. And last night they beat Harris Lake Park 11-0 after 5 innings. And they look to continue that momentum here today against the Wildcats. And their success so far this year has been because of their approach at the plate. They have multiple guys batting over 300, and their team batting average is at 275. But what is even more impressive is that their team on base percentage is 395. They have walked 38 times and have been hit by a pitch 33 times through their first 13 games here. So the Jays just find a way to get on base, so the Wildcat pitchers must be great with hitting the strike zone and forcing the Jays batters to earn their way on base. So we will see how that shakes out here as the game goes on, and I'll talk a little bit about the Wildcats. And they look to bounce back from their tough loss back on Thursday night. They lost 1-0 against Central Lyon, and it was just a tough night at the plate for the Wildcats, and they only notched one hit the entire game. And it kind of comes as a shock after they put up 25 runs against George Little Rock back on Wednesday, but that is just kind of baseball in a nutshell. But that loss puts them at a 6-4 overall record and a 4-2 record in the Siouxland Conference. And today, they look to gain some momentum back here against Gehlen Catholic, and as they try to get back on track and make a push toward the Siouxland Conference crown here as the month goes on. And they're going to need some help if they want to catch up to MLC Floyd Valley, but they did make a late season push to win the Siouxland last year, so we will see what the future holds for this team. So Gehlen Catholic looks like they're just about ready to finish up their infield. We will have national anthem and starting lineups after that. Then I will give you a quick preview of both starting pitchers, and I'll give you the batting order as well. So until then, I'll take a little bit of a break. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube.
Logan. At right field, number 4, Carter Gehlen. At shortstop, number 10, Jackson Kramer. And on third base, number 17, Zane Whelan. Head coach of the Lamar's Gehlen is Kurt Cronazel. And now the starting lineup for the Westline Wildcats. At shortstop, a junior, number 1, Ryer Crichton. On second base, a senior, number 8, Zach Severson. Catching for the Wildcats, a senior, number 34, Dawson Ripperda. On first base, a junior, number 16, Corey McKinney. At left field, a freshman, number 12, Tate Hawk. The man on the mound for the Wildcats, a senior, number 7, Kale Blauette. On third base, a senior, number 5, Marcus Van Beek. His designated hitter will be a junior, number 3, Jaden Vermeer. At right field, a senior, number 15, Jackson Meyer. And at center field, a senior, number 13, Hunter Jacobson. Head coach of the Wildcats is Corey Kramer, assisted by Brett Ripperda, Drew Balta, Kurt Grounstead, and Vinny Smith. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to remain standing. Gentlemen, remove head cover and direct your attention to the flag at left center field for the playing of our national anthem.
And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. We're about for this doubleheader between West Lyon and Gehlen Catholic. And I'll give you the starting lineups first for the visiting Gehlen Catholic Jays here in Game 1. Batting first, the second baseman, number 2, Dylan Lehman. Batting second, the pitcher, number 14, Connor Kraft. Batting third, the first baseman, number 8, Ryan Livermore. Batting fourth, the center fielder, number 5, Ryan Augustine. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 7, Gabe Wilchin. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 9, Keaton Logan. Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 4, Carter Kellen. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 10, Jackson Kramer. And then batting ninth, the third baseman, number 17, Zane Whelan. And for the Wildcats, batting first, the shortstop, number 1, Ryer Creighton. Batting second, the second baseman, number 8, Zach Severson. Batting third, the catcher, number 34, Dawson Ripperda. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 16, Corey McKenney. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 12, Tate Hoff. Batting sixth, the pitcher today, number 7, Cale Blauette. Batting seventh, the DH, number 3, Jaden Vermeer. He'll be hitting for the third baseman, number 5, Marcus Van Beek. And batting eighth, the right fielder, number 15, Jackson Meyer. And then batting ninth, the center fielder, number 13, Hunter Jacobson. And we are ready to go here in Larchwood. And leading off is the second baseman, number 2, Dylan Lehman. And the first pitch from Blauette is a swing and a pop fly in the infield. McKenney calls for it, and he will put it away for out number 1. So a quick out number 1 here for the Wildcats, and I'll give you some numbers here so far on Cale Blauette. This is his third start of the year, and in 10 innings pitched so far, he's given up 1 earned run on 4 hits, 16 strikeouts, and 9 walks. And here is Gehlen Catholic's pitcher, Connor Kraft. And the second pitch to him is a foul ball out of play to bring the count to 1-1. And Kraft is starting pitcher as well, and he has pitched really well so far. He has 4 starts, he's 2-0, and he has 24 innings pitched. He has yet to allow an earned run. And that hits him in the helmet, and Kraft will be awarded first base after that one gets away from Cale Blauette. And a couple more numbers here on Connor Kraft. He's only allowed 6 hits, 33 strikeouts to only 4 walks. So the Wildcat Bats are going to have a tough time against him. But here's the first baseman, Ryan Livermore, with a runner on first base and 1 away, just getting underway here in the top of the first inning. That is a check swing strike on the outside corner. And Livermore is a senior, batting .439. And that's inside, evens it up at 1-1. And Livermore, 11 singles, 2 doubles, 1 triple, 1 home run, 10 RBI. And a pick over play at first, and a good move by Blauette, but the runner, Connor Kraft, is back in time. Livermore also has an on-base percentage of .600 so far. He's walked 8 times. He's been hit by pitch 7 times. And that is a fly ball to right field. Jackson Meyer ranging over. He'll make the catch for out number 2. So 2 away here in the top half of the first. That will bring up the other Ryan on the team for Gehlen Catholic, Ryan Augustine. And Augustine is a junior, batting .276. He has 5 singles, 2 doubles, and a triple, 6 RBI on the year. And that one hits him. So some control issues here so far. 2 people hit by pitch here in the top of the first inning. That will bring up the left fielder, Gabe Wilchin. And this is something that Blauette's had trouble with in his first couple starts. I said 9 walks, just some control issues. First pitch to Wilchin's a swing and a miss, strike 1. So a good bounce back pitch that time from Blauette. And Wilchin on the year, batting .293. He's 12 for 41 at the plate. 8 singles, 2 doubles, 2 home runs. And the 0-1's a swing and a miss. Good-looking slider that time from Blauette as he works ahead 0-2, 2 away. Still a 0-0 game here in the top of the first inning. And the 0-2 is low and in. Brings it to a 1-2 count. Wilchin also 11 RBI, On base percentage of 396. And the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. So Blauette bounces back from hitting two batters to get the strikeout on Gabe Wilchin, and there was no runs in the top of the first inning. We will get you the bottom of the first after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood, ready for the bottom of the first inning. Ryder Creighton will lead it off here for the Wildcats. And I mentioned earlier that the Wildcats are going to have a tough time against Gehlen Catholic starting pitcher Connor Kraft, one of the better pitchers in their conference, as Ryder Creighton takes ball one. Creighton batting 387, off to a great start so far as he swings and misses at that one. He's 12 for 31 at the plate. He has 11 singles, 1 triple, 4 RBI, on base percentage of 513 as he swings and misses for strike two. And Kraft looks like he might have some higher velocity than what the Wildcats are used to seeing. Looked like Creighton behind on those 2 swings and misses as he fouls that one off to stay alive and keep it at 1-2. And the 1-2 pitch just misses. Didn't miss by much. It's a 2-2 count. And the 2-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball into center. Augustine ranging over to his left. He'll make the catch for out number 1. So that brings up Zach Severson, 1 away, nobody on, here in the bottom of the first inning. And he fouls that one off to bring it to 0-1. And Severson so far 7 for 23, brings his batting average to 304. He swings and misses, strike 2. Severson 7 singles, 5 RBI, has 7 runs scored. And the 0-2 pitch, high, brings the count to 1-2. Just getting underway in game 1 of this doubleheader. And the 1-2 is low, evens the count at 2-2. Still a scoreless tie. 1 away, nobody on here in the bottom of the first for the Wildcats. That is a little line drive into right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Little check swing from Zach Severson, but it falls. So the Wildcats have a runner on for the catcher, Dawson Ripperda. Ripperda 8 for 24 at the plate so far. Batting average at 333. Throw over to first. Almost got Severson. And that was a nasty pickoff move from Connor Kraft. And the first pitch to Ripperda is high and outside. 1-0 the count. And Ripperda has 6 singles, 2 doubles to his name so far. And the 1-0 pitch is low. Brings it to 2-0. Ripperda 6 RBIs as well. He's also been walked 4 times and hit by the pitch 4 times. And the 2-0s outside, 3-0. This is not the batter that Kraft wants to fall behind on. And the 3-0 outside, ball 4. That's a rare walk from Connor Kraft. That's only his 5th on the season. So all of a sudden, 2 runners on here for the Wildcats with 1 away against one of the better pitchers in the War Eagle Conference. And courtesy running for the Wildcats for Ripperda will be the freshman Gage Blauett. And up to bat is Corey McKinney. And McKinney, a junior, 7 for 25 at the plate as he looks at strike 1 on the outside corner. Good location from Connor Kraft. Looks down for a sign from Coach Kramer. McKinney batting .280, 5 singles, 2 doubles, 6 RBI. On base percentage of .419. And that's a ball. Brings it to 1-1. And McKinney had a great night on the mound Thursday night. Went 6 innings, only allowed 1 earned run on 3 hits, 3 walks, and struck out 6. And the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. So 1-2 the count to Corey McKinney. 1 away, runners at first and second. And the 1-2 pitch, swinging a little tap of foul. So McKinney stays alive here. And we will try the 1-2 count once again. And the 1-2 pitch and the dirt ball 2. Runner's going to try to go. Severson slides in, not quite under the tag.
Runners on at third for 2 away.
And I know Coach Kramer didn't like the call. The throw beat Severson to the bag. Looked like he might have gotten under it. Nonetheless, runner at second. And that's outside. So 2 away here for Corey McKinney. He has a runner on second. And he has a full count here. And the 3-2 pitch, swing, and a foul ball off McKinney's foot. So walk that one off. And we'll try the 3-2 count again. Kraft comes set. And the 3-2 swinging a ground ball over to third, fielded by Whalen. His throw to first is in time to get McKinney for out number 3. So the Wildcats threaten here in the bottom of the first, but don't get anything out of it. We'll get you the top half of the second after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. And due up here for the Jays, Keaton Logan, Carter Gehlen, and Jackson Kramer. And Logan, the catcher. And the first pitch to him's inside, ball one. And Logan, a junior, batting .261. He's 12 for 46 at the plate as he looks at that one inside. He has 6 singles, 5 doubles, 1 triple, 2 RBI. And the 2-0s in there for a strike on the inside corner. Brings the count to 2-1. Nobody on, nobody out. Just getting underway in the top of the second. Still a scoreless tie. That's a fly ball into left and a good catch by Tate Hoff for one away. And that'll bring up the right fielder, Carter Gehlen. Gehlen, another junior, as he looks at strike one on the outside corner. Gehlen batting .241. He's 7 for 29 at the plate. 6 singles, 1 double. As he swings and misses at that one for strike 2. 8 RBI and on-base percentage of .281. And the 0-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball foul and out of play. So counts 0-2, 1 away to Carter Gehlen. The 0-2 pitch, a little tapper that is going to land foul. So Gehlen staying alive. And we'll try the 0-2 count again. And here's the 0-2 from Blauette way outside, 1-2. 1-2 almost hits Gehlen inside 2-2. And Gehlen, like a lot of players on this Gehlen Catholic team, a multi-sport athlete, 3-4 sports. Gehlen also plays football, basketball, and he runs track as he swings and misses at that one for strike 3, 4-2 away. And that will bring up the shortstop, Jackson Kramer. And Kramer only a sophomore. And the first pitch to him's high, ball 1. Batting .125, he's 3 for 24 at the plate. All 3 of those hits being singles. And that is a little pop shot over to McKinney, who makes the catch for out number 3. So 1-2-3 inning for Cale Blauette will get you the bottom of the second. After this, you're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood, about ready for the bottom of the second inning. Still a scoreless tie, due up here for the Wildcats, Tate Hoff, Cale Blauette, and Jaden Vermeer. So here's Tate Hoff, who off to a great start here since he got hold of the starting role as a freshman as he looks at ball 1 inside. Hoff 7 for 14 to start, 6 singles and an inside the park home run. back on Wednesday against George Little Rock. 6 RBI, 9 runs scored as he fouls that one over to Gehlen Catholic's dugout. And Hoff started the year looking like he was going to be just kind of in that courtesy runner role, but eventually got a hot bat as he got some starts as he fouls that one off. Brings it to 1-2. I said earlier I was worried about the Wildcat timing here. Kraft a lot of velocity, but it looks like the Wildcat batter is getting really close to getting his timing down as Hoff looks at strike 3. And it looked a little low from up here. But nonetheless, Tate Hoff down on strikes.
Number 7, Cale Blauette.
So here's Cale Blauette, our starting pitcher here this morning. First pitch to Blauette, a little line drive over to short that eats up the shortstop, and he still gets the throw over in time to first. A good recovery by the shortstop Jackson Kramer to get out number 2 on Cale Blauette. So here is Jaden Vermeer, the DH here this morning. And he looks at ball 1 outside. Vermeer 6 for 16 at the plate so far. 3 singles, 3 doubles. Also has an RBI to his name. And the 1-1's high and in. Brings it to a 2-1 count. And the 2-0, little ground ball between third and short. That's going to bleed through for a base hit. Good effort by Wayland and Kramer to try to get to that, but Vermeer is aboard with a single. And that will bring up Jackson Meyer. Meyer, the senior, off to a bit of a slow start, looking to change that here as he looks at ball 1. Meyer 4 for 26 at the plate. That brings his batting average to 154. He has 3 singles, a triple, and 4 RBI. Looks at strike 1 on the inside corner. Counts 1-1, 2 away, runner at first here for the Wildcats. And that's outside ball 2. That one didn't miss by much, and Kraft did have a walk back in the first, but other than that, he's been pretty accurate and right around the zone as that's a strike on the outside corner. Evens the count at 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch, foul ball, straight toward the Gehlen Catholic dugout. And a late decision to swing that time by Meyer, but he stays alive. And the 2-2 pitch once again, another foul ball. So if anything, these Wildcat batters through these first 2 innings being really pesky. Fouling off pitches, trying to get Kraft's pitch count up. He's at 37 already. That's a strike on the inside corner, and that is 3 away for West Lions. So Wildcats threatening, just can't get a run to scratch across. We've played 2 complete here in Larchwood. We'll get you the top of the third after this. You're watching West Lion Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Getting ready for the top of the third inning. Still a scoreless tie. And due up for the Jays, Zane Wayland in the top of the order. Dylan Lehman and then Connor Kraft.
17, Zane Whalen.
First pitch to Wayland's a ball outside. Wayland, a junior, batting .393 as he swings and fouls that one off. Wayland 7 singles, 3 doubles, 1 home run, 8 RBI on the year. And the 1-0 pitch to him's high and outside. As Blauette falls behind 2-0. Wayland also on base percentage of .485 as he looks at strike one in the inside corner. And it looks like the home plate umpire really likes that inside corner. We'll see how that plays out through the rest of the game. And the 2-1's outside. So hitters count here for Zane Whalen. 3-1 the count. And the 3-1 pitch is a swing and a foul ball over to left field into the trucks. Backed up down the left field line, so a 3-2 count. And the payoff pitch from Blauette, swinging a little ground ball down the first base line. Fielded by McKinney, no, fielded by Blauette. He gets a tag on Wayland for out number 1. So kind of an awkward spot there where either McKinney or Blauette could have fielded that. But Blauette grabbed it, tagged Wayland for out number 1. So here's Dylan Lehman. Popped out to McKinney at first in the first at-bat of the game, back in the first inning. And that's a strike on the outside corner. Brings it to 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. And Lehman also was a returning starter from last year. He was an honorable mention All-War Eagle Conference selection last season. 0-2 pitch outside. And Lehman had a good year last year. Batted .370. He had 34 singles, 2 doubles, a triple, and 18 RBI. And the 1-2 pitch, a little fly ball to right center. Jacobson coming in, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. So 2 away here in the top of the third inning. That'll bring up Connor Kraft. And Kraft was hit by pitch back in the first, was eventually stranded at second. And the first pitch to him is a swing and a miss, strike 1. And Kraft, another one of those returning starters. And that's a ball. Little low, little outside. 1-1 the count. Kraft batted .239 last year. 16 singles, 2 doubles as he fouls that one back. Brings the count to 1-2. And the 1-2 pitch, swinging a drive into left. Hoff ranging over, and that is going to land foul. A long way foul. And Kraft hasn't a home run so far this year. Hit 3 last year, so a lot of pop in that bat, and he showed it there. Good slider that almost gets Kraft to bite. Brings the count to 2-2. And Kraft was actually also their quarterback for the football team, so a good athlete here at the plate. And the 2-2, swinging a fly ball foul. So Kraft battling, and so far we've seen just both hitters from both teams battling with 2 strikes, elongating the at-bat as Kraft fouls another one off. Seeing a lot of great battles between pitcher and hitter so far in this one. And a 2-2 pitch, breaking ball, ground ball over to short, fielded by Creighton. His throw to first is in time, and this time for out number 3. So a 1-2-3 inning here for the Wildcats in the top of the third. We'll get you the bottom of the third after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Wildcats will send up 9-1-2 here in the bottom of the third inning. Hunter Jacobson will lead it off. Still a scoreless tie. And the first pitch to Jacobson's a strike on the inside corner. Jacobson batting .227 so far. He's 5 for 22. 3 singles, 1 double. He also has an inside the park home run as that one almost hits him. Ball 2. And Jacobson also an on-base percentage of .414 as he lines that one foul. Just a little bit late on it. Jacobson, an honorable mention all-conference selection last season. Here's the 1-2, a little line drive that's going to fall for a base hit right in front of the right fielder, and Jacobson aboard with a leadoff single. So we'll see what the Wildcats can do with the leadoff hit. Here's Ryer Creighton. And Creighton back in the first, flew out to center field. This is square to bunt, throw back to first, gets away from the first baseman, but Jacobson's going to stay put. Creighton's going to square to bunt again. He'll get it down. Throw's going to go not to second, over to first. And Creighton is out, but a good job by Creighton to get Jacobson over. So it's definitely become apparent that the Wildcats are going to have to scratch across runs in any way they can. So a runner in scoring position here for Zach Severson, who singled back in the first. Looks at strike 1 on the outside corner. So 1 away here, bottom of the third, 0-0 tie. Runner at second base here for the Wildcats, and Jacobson's fast enough. A little base hit's probably going to score him. And that's a ground ball over to third, fielded by Kramer. That eats him up, and Severson is going to be safe at first. So runners at first and third for the Wildcats, and for the hitter they definitely want in this situation, Dawson Ripperda. So if anything, the Wildcats just need a productive out here from Ripperda. Sack fly, a little ground ball, and that's a ball. A little low, a little outside. And Ripperda back in the first walked, and he was stranded on second base. So 1-0 the count, one away, runners at the corners here for the Wildcats. And the 1-0 pitch, strike on the inside corner. Evens the count at 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch, a line drive foul, brings the count to 1-2. And we'll see if Kramer maybe wants to steal with Severson. I don't think he's gotten caught stealing yet. Has some speed over there at first. And the 1-2, foul ball into the Jays dugout. So Ripperda stays alive. And the 1-2 pitch, a line drive that's through for a base hit. Jacobson scores, and the Wildcats lead at 1-0. So clutch hitting by Dawson Ripperda puts the Wildcats up here in this one for the first run and the first lead of the game. So Gage Blauette will courtesy run once again. So runners at first and second for Corey McKinney. We'll see if they can add on to their lead. And that is the first earned run that Connor Kraft has allowed so far. That's a swing and a miss for McKinney. So the first earned run that Kraft has allowed all season. And McKinney back in the first, grounded out to the third baseman as he hits a line drive into center. Incoming is Augustine. He'll make the catch, and Severson will not have a tag. So good contact by Corey McKinney. Hit the ball really hard. Just happened to be right at the center fielder, Augustine. So here is Tate Hoff. Still runners at first and second, two away. Wildcats lead 1-0. And the first pitch to Hoff is inside. And Hoff led off the second inning. He struck out. But the pitch he struck out on looked a little inside, maybe a little bit low. We'll see what he can do with two runners on and two away. And the 1-0 pitch, a ground ball foul. Evens the count at 1-1. So 1-1 the count. Two away. Wildcats lead 1-0 here in the bottom of the third. 1-1 pitch is fouled back. So the Wildcats have been really good with two strikes so far in this game. We'll see if Hoff can continue that trend. As Kraft comes set. And the 1-2, swinging a ground ball over to first. Fielded nicely by Livermore. His flip to Kraft is in time to get Hoff at first. And it looked like Hoff might have beat that. The Wildcat crowd in front of me did not like that call. So good hustle by Tate Hoff, but the Wildcats still get one run across. So after three complete, the Wildcats lead 1-0. We'll get you the top of the fourth. After this, you're watching West Line Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood, top of the fourth inning here, as the Wildcats lead 1-0.
Leading off the top of the fourth for the
And leading off will be Ryan Livermore.
be the first baseman, number 8, Ryan Livermore.
First pitch to him is a strike right down the heart of the plate to bring the count to 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch hits Livermore. And that's the third batter that Blauett has hit. Looked like a breaking ball that just got away from Blauett there.
Brings up the center fielder, number 5, Ryan Augustine.
So a runner at first, nobody out here for Ryan Augustine, the center fielder. And he was hit by the pitch back in the first. So Blauett from the stretch and fires inside, ball 1. And Augustine, another returning starter from last year, batted .264. And the 1-0 pitch, swinging a drive into left that's going to fall for a foul ball. So count is 1-1. And Augustine squares the bunt. Throw to first is not in time. And the 1-1 pitch is a ground ball foul over to the coaching box. And Coach Krenazel for Gehlen Catholic could not make the play in the coach's box. So counts 1-2, nobody out. Runner on first base. And the 1-2 pitch, that is a strike on the outside corner for strike 3. So a good location from Cale Blauett. And that will bring up Gabe Wilchin. And Wilchin back in the first, struck out. And the first pitch to Wilchin is a foul ball back to the screen. And the 0-1 pitch, runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down to second is too high. So now a runner on second after the stolen base. And I believe an 0-2 count. Yes, an 0-2 count here to Gabe Wilchin. And the 0-2 just misses the outside corner. And that one didn't miss by much. And a great location, especially on 0-2, from Cale Blauett there. And the 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, strike 3 as he gets Gabe Wilchin to swing and miss at that one.
Strike 3 for 2 away. Next up will be the catcher, number 9, Keaton Logan.
And that will bring up the catcher, Keaton Logan. And Logan back in the second, flew out to the left fielder, Tate Hoff. And that almost hits him. And that pitch behind Keaton Logan. And Logan last year was a second team All-War Eagle selection. And that one misses just inside, maybe a little bit high. And 2-0 the count to Keaton Logan. The 2-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 3. So Blauette falls behind 3-0. And Logan, another talented multi-sport athlete for this Gehlen Catholic team. He was a starter on the basketball team. Honorable mention all War Eagle selection in basketball. And the 3-0 is a strike on the outside corner. Logan taking all the way. And we'll see if Blauette can work his way back here. And the 3-1 pitch is outside, ball 4. So runners at first and second for the right fielder, Carter Kellen. Kellen struck out back in the second. And the first pitch to him is a foul ball out of play. One won the count here to Carter Kellen. 2 away, runners at first and second, top of the 4th inning. Wildcats lead 1-0. That's a swing and a miss, strike 2. And Blauette 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. And the 0-2 pitch, strike 3 on the outside corner, and Blauette works out of a leadoff hit by pitch, and that is 3 away. In the top of the 4th inning, we'll get you the bottom of the 4th after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Due up here for the Wildcats, Caleb Blauette, Jaden Vermeer, and Jackson Meyer. So here is Blauette. He grounded out too short back in the second. First pitch from Kraft is a fly ball into shallow center. Augustine calls for it, and he'll make the catch for out number 1.
Brings up the designated hitter, number 3, Jaden Vermeer.
And that will bring up Jaden Vermeer. Vermeer singled back in the second. First pitch to Vermeer, swing and a miss, strike 1. Vermeer doing a solid job in his opportunities that he's gotten as he looks at strike 2 on the outside corner. And yeah, Vermeer was not a starter to start the year, but got his opportunities and he's made the most of them. And the 0-2 pitch is a foul ball out of play. So the Wildcat batters again being tough with 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the 4th, and I believe Kraft is at 60 pitches, so getting his pitch count up there. And that's a line drive foul. So we're still at an 0-2 count. 1 away and nobody on, and the 0-2 pitch, breaking ball in there for strike 3. That was a nasty looking curveball from Connor Kraft to get Jaden Vermeer on strikes. And that will bring up Jackson Meyer looking to get something going here. 2 outs First pitch to Meyer, over for a strike. Looked like that same breaking ball from the last pitch. And the 0-1, same breaking ball, but not quite over for a strike. Little inside, evens it up at 1-1. Meyer struck out back in the second as he swings, and that's a line drive straight to the first baseman. So, good piece of hitting by Jackson Meyer, but that's baseball. Just hit right to the first baseman. So, a 1-2-3 inning for the Westline batters. We've played 4 complete. We'll get you the top of the 5th after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube.
Baseball Club would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the Lyon County Riverboat Foundation for the competitive grant received for the new outfield fence project here at the ballpark in Larchwood. The new fence project will begin at the conclusion of the 2022 high school and amateur seasons. Thank you, Riverboat Foundation.
And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. One change here for the Wildcats defensively. And it looks like Mason Vermeer will go to right field for Jackson Meyer. And we're ready to go for the top of the 5th. A quick moving game here so far. Wildcats lead 1-0. And here's the shortstop, Jackson Kramer. And the first pitch to Kramer's inside, ball 1. Kramer back in the second, popped out to the first baseman, McKinney. And the 1-0 pitch, swinging a little pop fly in the infield, fielded by Severson. His throw to first. He is in time for out number 1. So just a weird little blooper that just kind of died right in front of Severson, but a good job fielding it and getting it over to first.
Next up for the Jays will be the third baseman, number 17, Zane Wheeland.
So one away here for Zane Wheeland. And the first pitch to him is in the dirt, ball 1. Wheeland back in the third was out on a 1 unassisted. And the 1-0 pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 1. And that little ground ball Wheeland hit back in the third was kind of a no man's land between Blauett and McKinney as he looks at strike 2. Good frame by Dawson Ripperda. And that ground ball he hit, Blauett just fielded it and just kind of frantically got that tag on him. But here's the 1-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball into left, and Hoff going back, he'll make the catch for out number 2. Just looked like Tate Hoff had a tough time reading that, but he made the catch for out number 2.
The second baseman, number 2, Dylan Lehman.
I think Coach Kramer's out there talking to him, and one thing he has to consider from that left-handed batter, it's going to slice to his right a little bit, so I think he just had a hard time adjusting to that. And that's a strike on the inside corner to the leadoff batter, Dylan Lehman. And the 0-1's outside in the dirt for ball 1. Lehman 0 for 2 so far. Pop out to first, then a fly out to center. That's a strike on the inside corner. Brings the count to 1-2. And his umpire being consistent with liking that inside corner. And the 1-2, strike 3 on the outside corner, and a great inning for Cale Blauett, and a 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the 5th. We'll get to the bottom of the 5th after this. You're watching West Lion Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Leading off will be Hunter Jacobson. And Jacobson back in the third, singled, which he eventually scored the only run so far of the game, and that's a ground ball over to third, fielded by Wayland. His throw to first is not in time to get Hunter Jacobson. He beats out the infield single, and he's 2 for 2 on the day. And that will bring up Ryer Creighton. And Creighton flew out back in the first and laid down a sac bunt back in the third. And he's in a position to maybe do it again. Throw over to first is in time to get Jacobson. So Jacobson out on that pickoff attempt at first. And I mentioned earlier, Kraft has a good pickoff move. And he utilized it there. So a clean slate here for Ryer Creighton. Checks his swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. So 0-1 the count to Ryer Creighton. A swing and a foul ball back to the screen. As the siren that goes off at noon every day here in Larchwood goes off. 0-2 the count to Creighton. Here's the 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball 1. And the 1-2 just outside. Evens it up at 2-2. So 2-2 count, one away, nobody on for Creighton, and that's in the dirt, ball 3. Creighton works it to 3-2 after falling behind 0-2. And the 3-2 swinging a little tapper over to first. It'll be fielded by the first baseman Livermore, and he'll step on the bag for out number 2. Check swing by Creighton just stayed fair. So that will bring up Zach Severson with 2 away. Severson 1 for 2, single back in the first, and he reached on an error by the shortstop back in the third. And that's high, ball 1. In the 1-0 pitch to Severson, ground ball over to short, fielded by Kramer. His throw to first is not in time. It's actually dropped by the first baseman Livermore. So Severson aboard thanks to an error by the first baseman Livermore. And that will bring up Dawson Ripperda. And we'll see if he can make the Jays pay for that 2-out error. And Ripperda drove in the Wildcats' only run back in the third. He walked back in the first. And the first pitch to him, checked his swing. It was a strike anyway. And throw over to first. And Severson back in time. 0-1 count, 2 away, a runner at first base. Bottom of the 5th inning, Wildcats lead 1-0. That's a ground ball over to second, fielded by Lehman. No! That one eats him up off his glove, and Ripperda on with an error by the second baseman. And Gage Blauet will courtesy run once again, and the Wildcats have 2 runners on for the cleanup batter, Corey McKinney. And McKinney 0 for 2 so far. Grounded out to third back in the first, and then he flew out to center on a really hard hit ball back in the third as he looks at ball 1. So 1-0 the count. Crap from the stretch. He kicks and deals. Ball 2, throw back over to second, and that gets away as Severson back safely. And he'll stay put at second base. And Severson got a big lead over at second base. And the 2-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 3. So 3-0 count to Corey McKinney. And I'm assuming he'll be taking all the way here. And it actually looks like they're going to intentionally walk McKinney. So bases loaded to the freshman Tate Hoff. And I get that Hoff is a freshman, but I don't think this is the guy that you want to walk to get to with the start that he's been off to. First pitch to Hoff, strike on the outside corner. Brings the count to 0-1. Hoff is 0 for 2. Strikeout back in the second, grounded out back in the third on a play that he almost beat out the throw. And the 0-1 pitch, inside, ball 1. So bases loaded, 2 away for Tate Hoff. Bottom of the 5th inning, Wildcats trying to add on to their lead. Swings and fouls that one off. Looks like it hit the umpire back in the foot. And the home plate umpire will just walk it off. One and 2 the count to Tate Hoff. And the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So the Wildcats don't get anything out of a bases loaded situation, but we've played 5 complete. The Wildcats still lead 1-0. We'll get you the top of the 6th after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. And the Jays have the heart of their order. Due up, 2-3-4. Here's Connor Kraft. First pitch to him in the dirt, ball 1. Kraft was hit by pitch back in the first. Then he grounded out to short back in the third. And here's the 1-0 swinging a foul ball. Evens the count at 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch is a ground ball foul. So 1-2 the count, nobody on, nobody on, nobody out, nobody on. Just getting underway here in the top of the 6th inning. And the 1-2 pitch, that'll hit him. So Connor Kraft hit by pitch for the second time in the game. And it looks like he might need some time to walk that off. And it looks like they'll go ahead and maybe have a courtesy runner for him. And it looks like he wants to run. And that will bring up the first baseman, Ryan Livermore. And yes, they are going to actually go ahead and give Kraft a courtesy runner. That is number 20. That's David Benaj. So here's Ryan Livermore, flew out to right back in the first, and then he was hit by a pitch back in the fourth. First pitch to him is a fly ball in the infield. McKinney calling for it, and he'll make the catch for out number one.
Next up for the Jays will be the center fielder, number 5, Ryan Augustine.
So one away here for Ryan Augustine. He was hit by a pitch back in the first that he struck out back in the fourth. And the first pitch to Augustine, low, ball one. And the 1-0 pitch, ground ball that's going to get through between short and third. So a single for Ryan Augustine. So runners at first and second for Gabe Wilchin. He's 0 for 2 on the day, 2 strikeouts. So it looks like Van Beek at third will play on the grass, maybe expecting a bunt here. First pitch is a fly ball into right. That might fall, and it will right in front of Vermeer. But the runner at second did have to hold up because it was a fly ball. So no runs will score. So bases loaded here for Gehlen Catholic. And looks like Coach Kramer is going to have a meeting here at the mound, and we might have a pitching change here. So the Wildcats lead 1-0, top of the 6th inning. Bases are loaded. The mound visit breaks up. Looks like Blauette will stay in there. And here is Keaton Logan. Logan flew out to left back in the second, walked back in the fourth. And Wildcats playing with their corners in. And the first pitch to Logan, swinging a line drive that's going to fall for a base hit. 2 are going to score. And fielded by Jacobson, he'll get it in to third. And the runner there is safe. So a go-ahead double here for Keaton Logan. And 2-run score here for Gehlen Catholic. They take the lead 2-1. So still runners at second and third. Only one away here for the right fielder, Carter Kellen. First pitch to Kellen, back up to Blauette. That's going to bleed through for another base hit. 1 run scores. They're going to send the runner back home, and he will score. So 2 more runs here for Gehlen Catholic. And the Jays extend their lead to 4-1, and it looks like Coach Kramer will go ahead and make that pitching change. So overall, a good game for Cale Blauette. Just kind of got hit around here in the top of the 6th inning. And Tyler Cook will come in and pitch here for the Wildcats. And I think while he warms up, I'll go ahead and take a little bit of a break. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Tyler Cook in to pitch here for the Wildcats, and they are now down 4-1 here in the top of the sixth inning. And Cook so far on the year, he has 2 appearances so far. This will be his third. An 0-1 record, only has 2 innings pitched so far, giving up no earned runs, 3 hits, 4 strikeouts, and 1 walk. And Cale Blauette will move over to third. Marcus Van Beek out. And we'll see if Cook can work out of this with no more damage. And just some clutch hitting here from the Jays. And they take a 4-1 lead after they exploded for 4 runs here in the top of the sixth inning. And here's Jackson Kramer. He's 0 for 2 on the day here for the Jays. Popped out to first back in the second, then he grounded out to second back in the fifth. And the first pitch from Cook is a strike in the outside corner as Kramer squared the bunt, pulled it back. And breaking ball over, nope, just a little bit low. Evens it up at 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch, swinging a fly ball, shallow center field. Jacobson ranging over to his right. He'll make the catch for out number 2. And that will bring up Zane Whelan. And Whelan so far 0 for 2. Out on a 1 unassisted back in the third, then flew out to left back in the fifth as he looks at strike 1. So top of the sixth inning, Wildcats down 4-1. 2 away runner at first here for Gehlen Catholic. 0-1 the count. In the 0-1 pitch, breaking ball over for a strike. For strike number 2. So Cook works ahead 0-2. And the 0-2 pitch, swinging a little line drive, and a great play by Ryer Creighton, diving to his right to end the inning. And that is 3 away here for the Jays in the top of the sixth. We'll see if the Wildcats can get those run back in the bottom of the sixth inning. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Wildcats have some work to do here in the sixth and seventh inning after they gave up 4 runs in the top of the sixth. Here is Cale Blauette, 0 for 2 on the day. Grounded out to short back in the second, flew out to center back in the fourth as he looks at strike 1 on the inside corner. And this is going to be tough here for the Wildcats. Like I keep saying, one of the better pitchers in the War Eagle Conference, and Connor Kraft. And so it's going to be tough to try to claw back here in this one. 0-2 count here to Cale Blauette. And the 0-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball that is going to die in the infield. And that's caught by Dylan Lehman over at second.
Lehman makes the catch for one away.
So here comes Jaden Vermeer, the DH here today. He's 1 for 2.
Number 3, Jaden Vermeer.
Single back in the second, struck out back in the fourth. And the first pitch to him's a line drive straight to the second baseman Lehman for out number 2. So a good piece of hitting by Vermeer going the other way. But that is just baseball. As he hit it right to Dylan Lehman at second.
Another catch for 2 away. Next up for the Wildcats will be number 15, Jackson Meyer.
So here's Jackson Meyer. He takes ball 1. Looks like Meyer will re-enter. And Meyer struck out back in the second. As he looks at ball 2. And then Meyer lined out back in the fourth. And the 2-0 is outside ball 3. So 3-0 the count. I believe Kraft only has 1 walk so far. As Meyer looks at strike 1. Wildcats just need some base runners here. We'll see if they can make something happen. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning as he grounds that one over to second. Fielded by Lehman going to his right, and he throws to first in time for out number 3. So good work by Dylan Lehman over at second here in this inning. And the Wildcats go down 1-2-3. We'll get you the top of the 7th after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. And the Wildcats trying to hold off the Jays here at the top of the 7th and hopefully crawl back here in the bottom of the 7th. But the Jays have the top of the order up. And we'll see if Tyler Cook can maneuver his way through it. And a breaking ball just high for ball 1 to start off to Dylan Lehman, the second baseman, who just made a lot of great plays over at second there in the bottom of the 6th. And that's a swing and a miss, strike 1. Lehman 0 for 3 so far. Popped out to first base, flew out to center, and then he struck out back in the 5th. That's a swing and a miss, strike 2. Good breaking ball from Cook. One and 2 the count, nobody on, nobody out. And the 1-2, oh no, not quite, strike 3. Did not miss by much. Maybe a little high, maybe a little outside. And the 2-2, swinging a ground ball over to Creighton at short. He'll field, fire to first, not quite in time. And Lehman just had a lot of speed over there. And we'll give that an infield hit. I think he would have been safe either way, whether the throw was grounded or not. Here's Connor Kraft. Kraft has been hit by a pitch twice, grounded out to short back in the 3rd. And he'll square to bunt. Runner goes. Throw down to second is in time to get the runner. Good throw by Dawson Ripperda. So one away and a clean slate here for Connor Kraft, and a great throw by Dawson Ripperda. And that is a ball high and away. That will bring the count to 2-0. And the 2-0 pitch swinging a foul ball out of play. Brings the count to 2-1. And the 2-1 pitch to Kraft in the dirt, ball 3. And not a hitter you want to fall behind on. We'll see if Cook can work out of it. And the 3-1 pitch, high and away, ball 4. So Kraft aboard with a walk. And that will bring up Ryan Livermore, the first baseman. Livermore flew out to right back in the first, hit by pitch back in the 4th. And then he popped out to first back in the 6th. So one away, runner at first. Wildcats losing 4-1 here in the top of the 7th. And that's high and away, ball 1. And the 1-0, no, take that back. Cook picked over at first, not in time. And the 1-0 to Livermore, over for a strike on the outside corner. Brings it to 1-1. And that's a strike on the outside corner. And Livermore, another returning starter on this team. He was actually a first team All-War Eagle selection last year. So a good batter up here. And he faces a 1-2 count. And the 1-2 pitch swing, a ground ball over to first. Good play by McKinney. Cook was slow covering, but he got there in time. So that's out number 2. As McKinney had a great diving play over to his right, hustled over to the bag for a 3 unassisted. And that will bring up Ryan Augustine. Augustine hit by pitch back in the first, struck out back in the 4th, then he singled, came around to score back in the 6th. First pitch to him, a strike on the outside corner. 1-1 the count, 2 away, runner at second base. Here in the top of the 7th, Wildcats losing 4-1 as he gets a breaking ball over for a strike on the inside corner. And the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So a good couple innings here for Tyler Cook. We'll see if the Wildcats can make something happen in the bottom of the 7th. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. And the Wildcats have some work to do in the bottom of the seventh. They are losing 4-1. And Wildcats just need some base runners. We'll see what Hunter Jacobson can do. He's 2 for 2, two singles. First pitch to him is high and out. Ball one. And the Wildcats have had their opportunities throughout the game as he fouls that one back. They've left a lot of base runners out. They did have the bases loaded with 2 outs back in the fifth. Couldn't quite get anything to happen there. In the 1-1, swing and a miss, strike 2. In the 1-2 to Jacobson, foul ball. It's a good job by Jacobson just to fight that one off. And he stays alive, still a 1-2 count. And the 1-2 pitch ends. No, strike 3 on the inside corner. That looked a little inside to me, but nonetheless. Strike 3 call for Hunter Jacobson. And here's the top of the order here for the Wildcats and Ryer Creighton. First pitch to Creighton, swing and a miss, strike 1. Creighton flew out to center back in the first, laid down a sac bunt back in the third, then grounded out on a 3 unassisted back in the fifth as he looks at strike 2. 0-2 the count to Creighton. And the 0-2 pitch, low, ball 1. And the 1-2, strike 3 on the inside corner. And Creighton goes down looking. And the last hope here for the Wildcats in game 1 is Zach Severson. Severson singled in the first, then reached on an error in the third, then reached on an error again back in the fifth. And he looks at ball 1 outside. And the 1-0, strike in the inside corner. So 1-1 in the count to Severson. A 1-1 pitch outside. And I think one thing that Kraft has done a good job of here in this game, he knows that umpire behind the plate likes an inside corner, and he's been really hitting it all game. And Severson looks at ball 3. He works ahead 3-1. And the 3-1 pitch, strike 2 on the inside corner. That's my fault. 3-2 count. 2 away here for Zach Severson. And the payoff pitch from Kraft, swinging a foul ball back out of play. And we'll try the 3-2 count again, swinging a pop fly into shallow center. That is going to fall for a base hit for Zach Severson. So the Wildcats aren't done yet. So we'll see if Dawson Ripperda can do anything here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Ripperda walked in the first, singled in the third, then reached on an error back in the 5th. First pitch to Ripperda, swinging a line drive foul. One 1 the count to Ripperda. And the 0-1 pitch, high, ball 1. 1-1 the count, 2 away, runner at first, bottom of the 7th inning. That's a foul ball. And the Wildcats down to their last strike once again. So 1-2 the count, 2 away, runner at first. Wildcats down 4-1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning of game 1 of this doubleheader. And the 1-2 pitch, that gets away from Kraft. And Severson will take second base on the wild pitch. So 2-2 the count. And the 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that will close the book here on game 1. Wildcats fall 4-1. So I think I'll go ahead and take a little bit of a break. We'll have a little bit of time between games here, between game 1 and 2. I'll recap this one briefly and get you set for game number 2. So we'll take a bit of a break here watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. I'll give you just a quick recap on game one. Then once I get the starting lineups, I'll give you a quick preview of game two. But I'll start with some statistics first for the Gehlen Catholic Jays. Dylan Lehman went 1 for 4 with a single. Connor Kraft went 0 for 1. He was hit by pitch twice, then he walked once. Ryan Livermore went 0 for 3. Ryan Augustine 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. Gabe Wilchin went 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. Keaton Logan 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored. Carter Kellen 1 for 3 with a single. Jackson Kramer 0 for 3. Then Zane Whalen went 0 for 3 as well. And then Connor Kraft pitched a great game. 7 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, 6 hits, and only giving up 1 earned run on the game. And for the Wildcats, Ryer Creighton went 0 for 3. Zach Severson 2 for 4 with 2 singles. Dawson Ripperda 1 for 3 with a single and the only RBI of the game. And Corey McKinney 0 for 2. Tate Hoff 0 for 3. Cale Blauett 0 for 3. Jaden Vermeer 1 for 3 with a single. Jackson Meyer 0 for 3. And then Hunter Jacobson 2 for 3 with 2 singles and the only run scored. And Cale Blauett got the start on the mound, and he'll have the loss. He went 5 and a third, gave up 4 hits, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 4 runs. And he also hit 4 batters. But one thing that I did not realize is that he hadn't given up a hit until the 6th inning when the Jays got their 4 runs. So just timely hitting for the Jays here in this one. And then Tyler Cook went 1 2/3. He gave up no runs on 1 hit, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. So the Wildcats had every opportunity to try to win this one, had the bases loaded at least once, then left a couple runners on a couple different times. So we'll see if the Wildcats can get some more timely hitting here in Game 2, and I will give you a preview once I get both starting lineups. And until then, I'll take a little bit of a break. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube.
Game 2 will start at 1 o'clock. Yeah, West Line's game 2. He's still right. Oh, yeah, you haven't brought it up yet.
to the ballpark in Larchwood. About set here for game two, and we will get going here at 1 o'clock. So, here in a few minutes. And here are your starting lineups here for game two. Batting first will be the second baseman, number 2, Dylan Lehman. This is for Gehlen Catholic. Batting second will be the first baseman, Connor Kraft. Batting third, the pitcher here in this one, number 8, Ryan Livermore. Batting fourth, the center fielder, number 5, Ryan Augustine. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 7, Gabe Wilchin. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 9, Keaton Logan. Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 4, Carter Kellen. Batting eighth, the DH, number 20, David Bignocci. And he will be hitting for the shortstop, number 10, Jackson Kramer. And batting ninth will be the third baseman, number 17, Zane Whalen. And now for the Wildcats, batting first will be the pitcher here in this one, number 1, Ryer Creighton. Batting second, the second baseman, number 8, Zach Steverson. Batting third, the catcher, number 34, Dawson Ripperda. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 16, Corey McKinney. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 12, Tate Hoff. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 7, Cale Blauette. Batting seventh, the DH, number 3, Jaden Vermeer. He'll be pitching for the shortstop here in this one, number 5, Marcus Van Beek. Batting eighth, the right fielder, number 15, Jackson Meyer. And then batting ninth, the center fielder, number 13, Hunter Jacobson. So we're a couple minutes away from getting going here. I'll give you a quick preview on both pitchers here in this one. First, Ryan Livermore for the Jays. He has 4 starts, 1 other appearance, and he actually has a record of 0-3. And in 15 innings pitched, he has given up 12 earned runs on 25 hits, 14 strikeouts, and 4 walks. And for the Wildcats, Ryer Creighton on the mound so far, he's 0-1 in 2 starts in 5 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 5 earned runs on 7 hits, 5 strikeouts, and 8 walks. So we'll see how that plays out here in this one. Looks like both teams, looks like the Wildcats might take some ground balls or something here as their starting pitcher is warmed up. So I think I'll go ahead and take just a little bit of a break, then get you first pitch of game 2. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube.
Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to game 2 of our doubleheader between the Gehlen Catholic Jays and the Westline Wildcats.
And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. And leading off game 2 will be the second baseman, Dylan Lehman. And the first pitch from Creighton is called a ball low and a little bit inside. 1-0 the count, just getting underway here in the top of the first inning. And that's a strike on the inside corner. Brings the count to 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch is called ball, low and inside. And the 2-1. Little number back up to Van Beek at short, and it's going to be an infield single. And so just a weak little ground ball hit into no man's land. And Dylan Lehman aboard with a single that will bring up the first baseman in this one, Connor Kraft. He got the win on the mound in game 1. And the first pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 1. So runner at first, nobody out. Here to Connor Kraft, and that just misses outside. That didn't miss by much. And it is a called ball to bring it to 1-1. Kraft in game 1 went 0 for 1. Had a ground out in the third. Otherwise, he was hit by a pitch twice, and then he walked once. And he hits that one out of play for a foul ball. So 1-2 the count here to Kraft. Still nobody out. And the 1-2 is outside and gets away from Ripperda. And Lehman will get over to second on the wild pitch. So already a runner in scoring position here in the top of the first for the Jays. And the 2-2 to Kraft is a fly ball out of play. And we'll try the 2-2 count once again. Kraft, I mentioned earlier, plays football, also plays basketball, runs track. And as he fouls that one off, a good at bat here for Connor Kraft. And Kraft does the long jump in track as well. As Creighton comes set, and the 2-2's outside, brings the count to 3-2. See if Creighton can win this one here. And the payoff pitch from Creighton swing and another foul ball. And this has got to be getting close to maybe an 8, 9, 10 pitch at bat. Good battle here between Creighton and Kraft. And the 3-2 just misses for ball 4. So runners at first and second for the pitcher here in this one, Ryan Livermore. And Livermore, I mentioned earlier, came into the doubleheader today, batting .439. And the first pitch to Livermore in the dirt. Good block by Ripperda to keep both runners where they're at. And I don't see Livermore laying down a bunt here with how good of a batter he is. Did go 0 for 3 in the first game. That's outside. So Creighton falls behind 2-0, still nobody out. In a jam here with runners at first and second in the top of the first, and Ripperda wants to talk to Creighton here. trying to calm him down a little bit. We'll see if Creighton can maybe get his ground ball and let his infield turn a double play. And the 2-0 pitch over for a strike on the outside corner. So whatever Ripper has said must have worked at least for that pitch. We'll see if Creighton can continue to get strikes over here for Ryan Livermore. And the 2-1 in the dirt, ball 3. So a dangerous count here for Ryer Creighton. As he comes set and fires the 3-1. That's a foul ball out of play. And another 3-2 count here to a Gehlen Catholic hitter. 3-2 count, nobody out. Runners at first and second, still scoreless tie here in the top of the first of game 2. And the 3-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball over to second, and that eats up Zach Severson. And all runners will be safe here. As that bounces off the glove of Severson, and we have runners, actually bases loaded here for the cleanup batter, Ryan Augustine. Augustine coming into the doubleheader, batting .276. And in game 1, Augustine went 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. So a first inning jam here for Ryer Creighton. Wildcats playing with the corners in. First pitch to Augustine. Just misses low. 1-0 the count to Augustine. And the 1-0 pitch, too high, ball 2. And here's a 2-0 outside, gets away from Ripper. Everybody stays put. Creighton falls behind 3-0, bases loaded, nobody out here in the top of the first inning. And the 3-0 swing and a miss, and Augustine had the green light on 3-0. Nonetheless, still 3-1, still a hitter's count for Augustine, and the 3-1 pitch outside, ball 4. So the Jays have an early run, and it looks like we are going to make an early pitching change. Looks like Tyler Cook will come in and pitch game 2. And Cook inherits quite the jam here as well. Looks like Creighton will move over to shortstop. And Cook pitched really well in game 1 in an inning and 2/3. He gave up no runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. And he could not be in a worse situation with bases loaded, nobody out, and already 1 run scored. And the batter that Cook will face first will be Gabe Wilchin. And like I said, Wilchin coming into the doubleheader today, batting .293. 8 singles, 2 doubles, 2 home runs. So some pop in this bat from Wilchin. And in game 1, Wilchin went 1 for 3, single, 2 strikeouts. So Cook is ready to go. And we'll see if he can find a way out of this early first inning jam. So corners playing on the grass here. Looks like Marcus Van Beek comes out. Creighton back at short. And the first pitch to Wilchin, high and outside. Brings it to a 1-0 count. I've noticed through game one, Coach Kernazel over at third, very vocal coach. And Wilchin swings and misses at that one. One and one count. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball over for a strike. Good looking pitch from Cook. Throw back over to first. Almost gets the runner. So 1-2 count to Gabe Wilchin. And the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three and a big out for Tyler Cook. And now we'll bring up Keaton Logan. And Logan coming into the doubleheader, batting .261. First pitch to him in the dirt. Good hop. Good block by Dawson Ripperda. And Logan in game one, 1 for 2, had a big RBI double. Back in the sixth, he walked and he flew out as well. So a dangerous hitter that the Wildcats needed to take care of, as that one's just outside. Ball 2. And the 2-0 pitch over for a strike. Strike one. Two and one the count, one away, bases loaded. Wildcats down 1-0, top of the first. That's a strike two on the inside corner. So counts even 2-2. Tyler Cook trying to work out of a jam. And the 2-2 pitch, swinging a pop fly foul and out of play. And we'll try the 2-2 count once again. Breaking ball, fly ball into right. Jackson Meyer going back. He'll make the catch. Runner will take. Here comes the throw, and the runner will be safe. Throw comes into third. Actually, that was a fake throw over to third. So another run comes in for the Jays, but Wildcats do get another out. So here's the right fielder, Carter Kellen. Jays have an early 2-0 lead. First pitch to Kellen, swinging a foul ball back to the screen. Kellen batting .241 coming in. 7 for 29 at the plate, and in game one went 1 for 3. Single, 2 strikeouts. And runner goes in the early steal. Priority is home, and it's a strike on the inside corner. And an early steal that time from Gehlen Catholic right as Cook came set. They're trying to get him to pick over and get the run over to home. But a good job by the Wildcats staying disciplined. It's an 0-2 count. And the 0-2 pitch, swinging a foul ball back to the screen. Good breaking ball, though, from Cook. Two count again, 2 away. Runners at second and third. Jays already lead 2-0, top of the first inning. And the 0-2 pitch, swinging a line drive foul, almost took off the head of the runner at third, Ryan Livermore. So we'll try the 0-2 count again. Carter Gehlen hanging tough with 2 outs. And the 0-2 pitch, strike 3 on the outside corner. So a good job by Tyler Cook getting out of that jam, but the Wildcats are down 2-0 going into the bottom of the first. We'll see if their top of the order can change that. We'll take a little bit of a break. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. The starting pitcher here for Gehlen Catholic is Ryan Livermore. I gave his numbers earlier. I'll give them to you again. This is his 5th start. He has 15 innings pitched. He's given up 12 earned runs on 25 hits, 14 strikeouts, and 4 walks. And here's Ryer Creighton, now the shortstop. We'll see if he can try to help the Wildcats get back the 2 runs they gave up in the top of the first. That's a swing and a miss, strike 1. And Creighton coming in to the doubleheader, batting .387. In the 0-1 pitch, swinging a pop fly in foul territory. First baseman ranging over. That is a catch made by Connor Kraft, the first baseman, for 1 away. Now here's Zach Severson coming into the doubleheader, batting .304. And the first pitch to him inside, ball 1. Severson in game 1 went 2 for 4. 2 singles, and he also reached on error twice. So he reached in all of his at-bats. And that's a foul ball out of play. Bottom of the first inning, 1 away, nobody on. Wildcats down 2-0. That is a fly ball in the infield. Kraft calling for it again, and he'll make the catch for 2 away. Now here's Dawson Ripperda. And Ripperda went 1 for 3 in game 1. Walk, single, reach on error, and a strikeout as he looks at ball 1. And the 0-1 pitch, low and in the dirt, ball 1. Excuse me, ball 2. 2-0's the count. See if the Wildcats can get anything going with 2 outs. Need to try to get those runs back that they lost. And breaking ball, too high. And Ripperda works a 3-0 count. And the 3-0 pitch, inside and high, ball 4. So Ripperda aboard with a 2-out walk. And here's Corey McKinney. They're going to have a courtesy runner for Ripperda once again. It will be Gage Blauat once again. Here's Corey McKinney. McKinney grounded out to third in the first, then flew out to center in the third at last game. And he was intentionally walked back in the fifth. Looks at strike one on the outside corner there. On 1 the count to McKinney. Runner at first, 2 away. And the 0-1 pitch, swinging a pop fly in the infield once again in foul territory. Back toward the dugout. And a great catch by the catcher, Keaton Logan, diving by his dugout for out number 3. And that will do it for the first inning. We played 1 complete here at the ballpark in Larchwood. We'll get you the top of the second after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood, getting ready for the top of the second inning. Wildcats down 2-0 early. And leading off here for the Jays will be the DH, David Begnocchi, excuse me. And Begnocchi, no playing time in the first game, I think just as a courtesy runner. He looks at strike 1 on the inside corner. And coming into the doubleheader today, batting .217, 5 singles, 2 RBI, an on-base percentage of .400. And he's 5 for 23 at the plate. Checked his swing. Did he go? No, he did not. And that's ball 1. Evens the count at 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch is a line drive to left field for a base hit. So Begnocchi aboard with a leadoff single that will bring up the third baseman here in this one, Zane Whalen. And Whelan coming into the doubleheader, batting .393. And in the first game went 0 for 3. Obviously, he's looking to change that here as he looks at ball 1 high. So a runner at first. Nobody out here in the top of the second inning. Gehlen Catholic leads Westline 2-0. As Whelan calls time. And the 1-0 swinging a foul ball out of play. Evens it up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch to Whelan, ground ball foul. And Cook works ahead, 1-2. Cook not the starting pitcher in this one, as Ryer Creighton started the game, loaded the bases, walked a run in, and Kramer decided to make the change to Tyler Cook. The 1-2's outside. Evens the count at 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. So a big out for Tyler Cook, and that will bring up the leadoff batter, the second baseman, Dylan Lehman. Lehman started off the game in the first with a single, came around to score. And the first pitch to Lehman is just missing outside, ball one. So a runner at first, one away here in the top of the second inning. Wildcats down 2-0. Squares to bunt, gets it down, no, goes foul. So count 1-1. It looks like Coach Credezel trying to scratch another run across here and extend their lead. We'll see if the bunt is still on here. And the 1-1 pitch, runner goes, dug out by Ripper to throw to second on a hop in time to get the runner at second. The ball was in the dirt. Dawson Ripper scooped it up, got it to Ryer Creighton at short on a hop, and a good scoop by Ripper and a good scoop by Creighton to get the runner out at second base. So 2 away, nobody on, 2-1's the count. And I don't know if Coach Credezel is going to test Dawson Ripper to any more behind the plate. Just swing and a miss, strike two, because Ripper did throw out a runner in the first game as well. And the 2-2 pitch, a little pop fly that's going to land in shallow right field for a base hit for Dylan Lehman. And he has his second base hit of this game. And that will bring up Connor Kraft. Pitch to Jam in game one. Looking to continue a great performance here on the day. He walked back in the first, came around to score. He has a runner at first here. And the first pitch to Kraft in the dirt, gets away from Ripperda. And the runner will advance to second on the wild pitch. So 1-0 the count, runner at second, 2 away. And the 1-0 pitch high brings the count to 2-0. Dangerous hitter here in Kraft. We'll see how Cook tries to work around that. He's behind 2-0. And from the stretch, Cook kicks and deals. That's inside, 3-0. Open base here, I guess. Maybe wouldn't be a bad idea to walk Kraft, but also a dangerous hitter behind him. In the 3-0 in their first strike. Strike at the letters brings it to 3-1. And the 3-1 pop fly in the infield. Severson ranging over in shallow right center field, calls for it, makes the catch, falling backwards for out number 3. So no runs for the Jays in the top of the second. We'll get to the bottom of the second after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Wildcats trying to claw back from an early 2-0 deficit. And leading off for the Wildcats will be Tate Hoff. And Hoff in game one went 0 for 3. Looking to change his fortunes here. First pitch to Hoff, swinging a ground ball over to third, fielded by Whalen. His throw to first is not in time, and Tate Hoff beats out an infield single. So a good effort by Tate Hoff to get on base here for the Wildcats. That'll bring up the third baseman here on this one, Cale Blauette. If you're just tuning in, Wildcats drop game one 4-1. Down 2-0 early in this one. Looking to get their bats going here. First pitch to Blauette, over for a strike at the letters. And the Wildcat bats a little cold the past couple games. Were shut out at Central Line on Thursday. Only got one run across, granted, against a really good pitcher in game one of this one. Throw back to first. Tate Hoff dives back. And the 0-1-2 Blauette is outside, ball one. Blauette in game one went 0 for 3. Ground out, fly out, pop out. Still trying to find his swing here early in the season. He squares the bunt, pops it up, and catcher Logan couldn't quite get to it. So foul ball for Cale Blauette. Brings the count to 1-2. Nobody out. Runner at first base. Here's the 1-2. Swing a line drive through for a base hit, and Cale Blauette is on with a single. Good diving effort that time by the shortstop Jackson Kramer. Just couldn't quite get to it, and a hard hit ball gets Cale Blauette aboard. And that'll bring up the DH, Jaden Vermeer. And Vermeer DH'd in game one as well. Vermeer went 1 for 3 in game one. Single, strikeout, and a lineout. Squares the bunt here. He pops it up, and it's caught by the catcher Keaton Logan for out number one.
Next up for the Wildcats will be the right fielder, number 15, Jackson Meyer.
So here's Jackson Meyer looking to do some damage with 2 runners on. Meyer 0 for 3 in game one. Strikeout, lineout, ground out. Hits that one foul and out of play. Not a bad idea from Coach Kramer trying to get a bunt down there. Just couldn't quite execute. And the 0-1 to Jackson Meyer over for a strike. Throw back to first. Blauett back in time. So Meyer behind 0-2. As Livermore comes set. Kicks in, deals. That's a ground ball through for a base hit. They're going to send the runner around to score. The throw comes in, and it's going to be cut off. And the Wildcats get a run across here in the bottom of the first. Good piece of hitting by Jackson Meyer to take it the other way between first and second base. And that will bring up Hunter Jacobson.
Game 2, the center fielder, number 13, Hunter Jacobson.
Exact same situation. Runners at first and second, one away. Here for Hunter Jacobson, who's had the hot bat lately. 2 for 3 in game 1, 2 singles and a strikeout. Back on Wednesday night against George Little Rock. Hit an inside the park home run. And that's a line drive to left center field. Down for a hit. 1 run will score. Jackson Meyer around second. He'll go to third, and he's in there safely. And an RBI single to tie it up for Hunter Jacobson. And the Wildcat bats come alive. Here in the bottom of the second, we have a tie ball game here at 2, and we're not done yet. Here's the top of the order in Ryer Creighton. Creighton popped out to the first baseman back in the first. Now as runners at the corners, we'll see if Coach Kramer tries to steal Jacobson. He's got some speed over at first. He was picked off earlier back in game 1. That's a strike at the letters. And runner goes, swing and a miss. Throw was pump faked over to third. So Hunter Jacobson in with a stolen base. 0-2 count to Ryer Creighton. Two runners in scoring position, one away. 0-2 count to the leadoff batter, Ryer Creighton. And the 0-2 pitch outside. Catcher Keaton Logan tried to frame it, didn't get the call. And the 1-2 check to swing, didn't go. Ball's in the dirt, even count at 2-2. A good block, though, by Keaton Logan to keep Jackson Meyer there at third. And the 2-2 pitch, high and tight. Count full. And the payoff pitch from Livermore, breaking ball, ground ball that is going to be fielded by Jackson Kramer, but a run does come in here for the Wildcats. And Ryer Creighton has an infield single. And the Wildcats lead 3-2.
Brings up the second baseman, number 8, Zach Severson.
And we've honestly seen an attitude change here for the Wildcats. Their dugout's more alive and just a lot more energy from this Wildcat team. Here's Zach Severson. That is a little pop fly over the head of the second baseman. That's in for another single. And everybody's just going to move station to station. Hunter Jacobson at second had to stay put because the second baseman Lehman almost had a play. But Zach Severson aboard with a single. That is that's the 6th single of the inning for the Wildcats. And they now have the bases loaded on Ryan Livermore, and they're going to go ahead and have a meeting here at the mound. So bases loaded, and The Wildcats have the batter they want up definitely right now in Dawson Ripperda. Was an all-conference selection last year. Off to a good start again this year. Ripperda in game one went 1 for 3. Walk single, reach on an error, and a strikeout. And he walked back in the first. Came into the doubleheader today, batting over 300. Yep, came in batting 333. Still batting 333 after game one. Foul ball back to the screen. Still only 1 out. With Cord McKinney waiting on deck. Foul ball once again. 0-2 count here to Ripperda. Bases loaded, 1 away. Wildcats already took a 3-2 lead here in this inning. Thanks to 6 singles here in the bottom of the second. And the 0-2 pitch, high, ball 1. And the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, foul tip, caught by the catcher for outs. Number 2. So we'll see what Corey McKinney can do. 2 outs, bases loaded. McKinney pops out to the catcher Keaton Logan back in the first, and it was a great play that Logan made over by the dugout to dive and to make the catch. First pitch to McKinney, ground ball off the glove of Livermore, and he does have a play over at first. He went to throw it overhand, then he kind of threw it underhand really awkwardly. Nonetheless, that is out number 3. But not before the Wildcats get 3 runs to take a 3-2 lead. We played 2 complete here at the ballpark in Larchwood. We'll get to the top of the third after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Wildcats have a 3-run bottom of the second to take the lead 3-2. And leading off for the Jays in the top of the third is the pitcher Ryan Livermore. He reached on an error by Zach Severson back in the first. And first pitch from Tyler Cook going in. Brings the count to 1-0. And the 1-0 from Cook, swing and a miss, strike 1. And the 1-1 pitch, breaking ball over for a strike. Good looking pitch from Tyler Cook. Dawson Ripperda thought it was strike 3, threw it down to third. Counts 1-2. And from the windup and the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So 1 away and nobody on for the center fielder Ryan Augustine. Augustine walked back in the first. He eventually came around to score, and I think his walk drove in a run as he looks at ball one there. Swing and a miss. Strike one, evens the count at 1-1. And a good-looking pitch from Tyler Cook. Missed maybe a little out, maybe a little bit low. Augustine, a junior, started as a sophomore last year. As he looks at ball three, brings it to a 3-1 count. So some experience there at the plate. So Augustine hit 17 singles, 5 doubles, and a triple last year. In the 3-1 pitch, swinging a pop fly in foul territory. McKinney ranging over near the dugout, makes the catch near the railing for out number 2. So a good play by Corey McKinney to make a catch for 2 away. And that will bring up the left fielder, Gabe Wilchin. Wilchin back in the first, struck out for the first out of the inning. So 2 away, nobody on here in the top of the third. It's a ground ball over to third. Backhand play by Blauette. His throw to first in time for out number 3. A good play by Cale Blauette with the backhand near the foul line and a strong throw over to first for out number 3. And a 1-2-3 inning for the Jays in the top of the third. We'll get you the bottom of the third after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Tate Hoff will lead it off for the Wildcats once again. And he had a big leadoff single back in the second. They got the Wildcats going. And the Wildcats actually batted around back in the bottom of the second. First pitch to Hoff, a strike right down the heart of the plate. Hoff also came around to score after his single in the second inning. And the 0-1 pitch to Hoff, breaking ball over for a strike at the letters and on the outside corner. So Hoff falls behind 0-2. And here's the 0-2 pitch, breaking ball, ground ball over to short, actually fielded by the third baseman. Whelan is throw to first, not in time. And Tate Hoff wheels out another infield single. And so we've seen some good hustle here from Hoff in this game. He has 2 infield singles to start this game. Now here's Cale Blauette. He had a hard hit single up the middle back in the second. He came around to score as well. Throw back over to first. Gets away from the first baseman. Hoff's going to run over to second. And they do not have a play. So Tate Hoff takes second on the throwing error by the pitcher Livermore. So a runner at second for Cale Blauette. Squares the bunt, pulls it back, called a ball. Illinois 1-0 the count, nobody out. 1-0 pitch, swinging a ground ball over to short, fielded by Kramer. His throw to first is in time to get Blauett. But Hoff goes to third. The throw over to third gets away, and Hoff is going to come in to score to make it a 4-2 ball game. So they tried to throw over to third to get Hoff, who rounded third pretty hard, but the throw got away by the third baseman Whelan. And another run comes in to extend the Wildcat lead to 4-2. And here's Jaden Vermeer with nobody on and one away. Vermeer popped out to the catcher on a bunt attempt back in the second. He fouls that one back. And the 0-1 pitch in the dirt, ball one. Evens it up at 1-1. Like I said earlier, seeing a lot better energy from the Wildcats, especially after Tate Hoff got his infield single in the second that kind of sparked it. That's inside. Brings the count to 2-1. In the 2-1 pitch, pop fly foul. And by the reactions of the crowd, it sounded like that almost hit a kid back behind the Sork's nest here. 2-2 count here to Jaden Vermeer. That's inside. No, it hit him. Open umpire said it hit the bat. And Vermeer said it hit him. He pointed to his forearm. Home plate umpire said it hit the knob of the bat. And the umpire is going to call in both coaches here, both Coach Kramer and both Coach Krenazel. And I don't know why he's talking to both coaches. But it looks like the call stands. I'm not for sure if the call is a foul ball or if maybe if Vermeer leaned into it. So I believe the call is a foul ball. I believe we have a 2-2 count. So we'll try this again. Actually, I believe it is 3-2. In the 3-2 pitch, that's a fly ball into left center field. Augustine ranging to his right. He'll call for it and make the catch for out number 2. So a deep fly ball into left center field. Good catch by Augustine for out 2. And that will bring up Jackson Meyer. And Meyer had a big RBI single back in the second. He eventually came around to score as well. 2 away, nobody out here for Meyer. And that's a ball low. Kind of seeing Meyer's bat start to come alive here a little bit as well. Hit a triple back on Wednesday against George Little Rock as he takes ball 2 there. In the 2-0 pitch, that's a strike at the letters. Looked a little high from up here, nonetheless 2-1. And I looked over at Coach Kramer's face, and I think that kind of said it all. He wasn't a fan of that call. And that's a ground ball over to short, fielded by Lehman. His throw to first is in time for out number 3. So that's 3 outs, not before the Wildcats get one more run. They lead 4-2 after 3. We'll get you the top of the 4th after this. You're watching West Lion Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood, getting set for the top of the 4th. Wildcats lead 4-2.
Off the top of the fourth for the Wildcats.
And due up here for the Jays, Keaton Logan, Carter Kellen, and then David Begnoki. And Logan back in the first hit a sac fly that drove in a run. First pitch is outside, ball 1. And that's a ground ball that is fielded by Creighton. His throw to first is dug out by McKinney for out number 1. And off the bat, I thought that was a for sure single, but great range by Ryer Creighton to field and fire to first for out number 1.
Next up for the Jays, right fielder, number 4, Carter Kellen.
And that'll bring up the right fielder, Carter Kellen. He struck out back in the first. First pitch to Kellen is outside, ball 1. And the 1-0 in their first strike. Evens the count at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch low and inside brings it to 2-1. Kellen the junior came into today with 6 singles, 1 double, 8 RBI. That's outside, a little bit low. Brings the count to 3-1. And overall, Tyler Cook's come in, done a great job. Did a great job in relief in the first game. As he walks Carter Kellen. But overall, Cook in relief did well here, but it looks like his day will be done. Great job for Tyler Cook. Looks like the ball will be handed to Garen Maindring. Tyler Cook pitched an inning and 2/3 in game 1, and then came in and pitched 3 1/3 here in game 2. He might be close to the pitch count. But nonetheless, Garen Maindring will get the ball here. And while he warms up, I think I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. You're watching Westside Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. Garen Maindring, the new pitcher here for the Wildcats. And so far this season, this will be his 4th appearance on the mound. He has a 1-0 record, and in 6 innings pitched, he's given up 3 earned runs on 7 hits, 6 strikeouts, and 2 walks. And now he faces the DH for the Jays, David Benocchi. And Benocchi singled back in the second as he looks at strike one. Then I believe he was caught stealing. He looks at strike one on the outside corner. He has a runner at first, one away. Here in the top of the fourth inning, Wildcats lead 4-2. Breaking ball almost in their first strike. Good spot though for Maindring. Counts even 1-1. The 1-1 pitch outside brings it to 2-1. That's outside. Throw back to first. Almost gets the runner. Carter Gehlen. Good idea by Ripperda. A good throw over there. As he almost caught Gehlen napping. Counts 3-1, one away. And Benocchi calls time. And it looks like Benocchi not necessarily a full-time starter. He did not get the start in game one. He gets a start here. Does have some time on the mound as he swings and misses at that one for strike two. And Benocchi got a little bit of playing time last year, the junior. He went 2 for 6 at the plate. 2 singles, an RBI, 2 walks. Faces a 3-2 count here. And the payoff pitch from Maindring, a pop-up, and out of play, foul.
Please return all foul balls to Westline's dugout.
3-2 count, one away, runner at first. And the 3-2 pitch, swinging a foul ball out of play. Benocchi just stuck his bat out there to stay alive. So we'll try the 3-2 count again. Maindring checks the runner at first, comes set. And the 3-2 swinging a pop-up foul again. So a good at-bat being put together here by Benocchi. Getting close to 10 pitches in this at-bat. And the 3-2 swinging a line drive into left. Hoff coming in, and it'll land right in front of him. So a single for Benocchi and a fantastic at-bat by him. And a good battle between Maindring and Benocchi. And that'll bring up the 9-hitter, Zane Wieland. So one away, runners at first and second. Wildcats lead 4-2. Maindring trying to keep it that way. Wieland back in the second, struck out. First pitch is high, ball one. That's a strike on the outside corner. Evens it up at 1-1. Surprised to not see Blauette playing on the grass. Would be a good opportunity to bunt here. Nonetheless, 1-1 pitch is a fly ball into center that's caught by Hunter Jacobson. And they almost got the runner over at second. And Jacobson a little slow to get up, but he gets up. So a fly out to center. And Coach Kramer is going to go out to center to make sure Jacobson's okay. And he's going to run right on back to the dugout. Definitely some interesting base running by Gehlen over at second. Didn't seem like he really knew where the ball was, and as soon as Jacobson caught it, he was kind of halfway between second and third. Nonetheless, still 2 outs. Leadoff batter Dylan Lehman up. He's 2 for 2 so far, 2 singles, and he came around to score back in the first. Time called. And Lehman will step back in. First pitch to Lehman in the dirt, ball one. Good block by Dawson Ripperda. And the 1-0 pitch in the dirt again. Another great block by Ripperda. Keeps the runners there. So Mandring falls behind 2-0. Takes his time, gathers himself a little bit. And the 2-0 just misses outside. See if Mandring can work his way back. He's got a dangerous hitter on deck. 3-0 in their first strike, right down the heart of the plate. 3-1 the count. Still not a position that Mandring wants to be in. In the 3-1, fly ball into shallow right center field. Jacobson calling for it. He'll make the catch for out number 3. So Mandring works out of trouble there in the top of the fourth. We'll get you the bottom half of the fourth after this. You're watching West Line Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. And leading off the bottom of the fourth will be Hunter Jacobson. Made a couple good plays in center in the top half of the inning. First pitch to him is a strike in the inside corner. And Jacobson back on the second. He hits an RBI single, stole a base. Fouls that one off. So count 0-2 to Jacobson, who's swinging a hot bat right now. And the 0-2 swinging a foul ball out of play. Here's the 0-2 pitch once again, swing and a miss, strike 3. And Livermore got him on what looked like a slider there. 4-1 away. And that will bring up the shortstop, Ryder Creighton. And Creighton popped out to the first baseman back in the first and singled back in the second. Looks at ball one there. And the 1-0 swing and a miss. He might have fouled that one off. Counts even 1-1. Great struggle with the bat a little bit in game one. Good to see him single back in the second. We'll see if he can get a multi-hit game here. That is a line drive into center. Augustine coming in will make the catch for out number 2. Hard hit ball by Ryan Creighton. Just happened to be right at the center fielder, Ryan Augustine.
Augustine makes the catch for 2 away.
And that will bring up Zach Severson.
Wildcats will be the second baseman, number 8, Zach Severson.
First pitch to Severson, swing and a miss, strike 1. Severson also popped out to the first baseman back in the first, then he singled back in the second. Second pitch to Severson in the dirt, ball 1. So nobody on, 2 out, and the 1-1 is a line drive, fly ball into left center field, and that's caught by Augustine for out number 3. So a 1-2-3 inning here for the Wildcats on a couple hard hit balls. And we've played 4 complete here at the ballpark in Larchwood. We'll get you the top of the 5th after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood, about set for the top of the 5th. Wildcats lead 4-2. And the Jays have 2-3-4 up in their batting order. Here's Connor Kraft. Kraft walked in the first, came around to score. Then he popped out to Zach Severson at second, back in the second inning as he looks at ball 1 in the dirt. Want to know the count? Here's the 1-0 pitch from Majering. That's high, 2-0. Nobody on, nobody out. Just starting the top of the 5th. And the 2-0 swing and a fly ball into left field. Hoff ranging back, and that's going to one-hop the fence. Kraft will have a leadoff stand-up double here in the top of the 5th. So another tough spot here for Garrett Majering. As he'll face Ryan Livermore. And Livermore's had a tough day to start, but he's about due for a base hit here. Reached on an error back in the first, struck out back in the third. Livermore also went 0 for 3 in the first game. That's a ball high. Majering trying to protect a 4-2 Wildcat lead. It's a foul ball out of play, evens the count at 1-1. And if you're just tuning in, this is the second game of this doubleheader between West Lyon and Gehlen Catholic. Gehlen Catholic took the first game 4-1. West Lyon now leads this one 4-2. That's in the dirt, ball 2. Brings the count to 2-1. 2-1 to Livermore in there for a strike in the inside corner. So runner at second, nobody out. 2-2 count. And the 2-2 pitch in there for a strike in the inside corner. And that is another strikeout on Ryan Livermore. And that'll bring up Ryan Augustine, the center fielder. And it looks like we might have a pinch hitter here. Take that back. That is still Ryan Augustine. And Augustine's been doing really well in center so far today. First pitch to him's outside, ball one. Augustine walked back in the first, stranded at second, then he popped out to McKinney over at first base back in the third. And the 1-0 pitch, that's a ground ball foul, and that hit the lip there on the third base coaching box and then went straight up in the air. Nonetheless, counts 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch, ground ball over to third, that's going to go foul. So 1-2 the count. Majoring works ahead here. Majoring looks for his sign, comes set. Checks Kraft at second. Here's the 1-2. That's a fly ball into center. Jacobson going back. He won't have a play. And that's going to be another double here for the Jays. They're going to send the runner around. Kraft got a late lead, but he's going to score anyway. So another double here for the Jays brings in another run. And it is a 4-3 ball game here in Larchwood. And that'll bring up the left fielder, Gabe Wilchin. And Coach Kramer calls time here. Wants to talk to Ripperda and Majoring. Majoring doing a decent job coming in, throwing strikes. And the meeting breaks up. Looks like Carter Vermeer is in the bullpen warming up for the Wildcats, so he'll be due up next. We'll just have to see when, and it definitely depends on how the rest of this inning goes. So a 4-3 ball game here in the top of the fifth. Here's Gabe Wilchin, who's 0 for 2 so far. And he fouls that one off. Wilchin struck out back in the first, grounded out to third, back in the third. We won the count here to Wilchin. He fouls that one back. Only to the count here to Wilchin. See if Majoring can finish this at bat. And the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, a big strikeout for Garen Majoring. And there are 2 outs here in the top of the fifth. That will bring up the catcher, Keaton Logan. And we're seeing a couple of competitive games here in this one. It was competitive really down to the end in the first game. Another nail-biter, I think, is what we're going to see here in this one. But here's Keaton Logan. And the runner at second there, Ryan Augustine, got a huge secondary lead. And I think Coach Kernazel knows the arm of Dawson Ripperda by now, and he was screaming at him to get back. 1-0 the count here to Logan. It's a line drive to right center field. Jacobson ranging over. He makes the catch for out number 3. Good play by Hunter Jacobson to keep it at a 4-3 ball game. But the Jays tack on 1. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th, and we'll see if the Wildcats can get that run back. You're watching West Line Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. And the Wildcats lead 4-3 in the bottom of the 5th. The Jays got 1 in the top of the 5th, and the Wildcats trying to hang on to their lead here in Game 2 and as they try to split this doubleheader. And leading off for the Wildcats is Dawson Ripperda. Walked in the first, struck out in the second. And the first pitch to him is a ground ball through between third and shortstop. So a first pitch single for Dawson Ripperda. And he's aboard for the first baseman, Corey McKinney. McKinney 0 for 2 so far. He popped out to the catcher back in the first, grounded out to the pitcher back in the second. As the Wildcat bats have been a little quiet since the 3rd inning. And that's a fly ball, shallow right field, kind of in no man's land, but it's caught by the second baseman, Dylan Lehman. And that'll bring up Tate Hoff, who's having a good game so far and a good response to having an 0 for in Game 1. Went 0 for 3, but he's got 2 infield singles so far in this one. And he's been the spark that's gotten the West Line bats going. Also has 2 runs scored. First pitch to him is a ground ball over to short. Fielded by Kramer, steps on second. His throw to first is not in time. So Hoff aboard on the fielder's choice, and here's Cale Blauette, the third baseman. Blauette had a hard hit single back in the second, came around to score, and then back in the third, grounded out to short. First pitch to him is a swing and a miss, strike 1. So a runner at first base, 2 away, bottom of the 5th. Wildcats trying to hang on to a 4-3 lead. Runner goes, ground ball over to third to Whalen. His throw to first can't be controlled by the first baseman, and Hoff gets over to third on the play. So we'll chalk that up as an E5. So runners at the corners for Jaden Vermeer. Vermeer 0 for 2. Popped out to the catcher on a bunt attempt back in the second, then flew out to center back in the third. Prime opportunity to get some insurance runs here for the Wildcats. First pitch to him. Ground ball over to first, fielded by Kraft, and he'll step on the bag for out number 3. So Wildcats can't get anything out of a first and third situation. We've played 5 complete here at the ballpark in Larchwood. We'll get you the top of the 6th after this. You're watching West Line Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. New pitcher here for the Wildcats is Spencer Vermeer, and I'll get you some numbers on him. Vermeer, this is his third appearance. He has 2 innings pitched, has not allowed an earned run, has given up 1 hit, and has 5 strikeouts and no walks to his name. So we'll see if he can close it out here for the Wildcats as he tries to protect a 4-3 lead. And leading off here for the Jays will be the right fielder Carter Gehlen. And Kellen so far struck out back in the first, and then he walked and was stranded on second back in the fourth. First pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. And it looks like in right field is Spencer's brother, Mason Vermeer. And that's a ball high and away. And it looks like on second is Evan Faber. So some defensive changes here for the Wildcats. And the 1-1 is fouled out of play. Brings it to a 1-2 count. And the 1-2 from Vermeer's outside. Ripperda almost got the frame and almost got the call. Did look a little out. And the 2-2 pitch. That's a ground ball up the middle for a base hit. So the tying run is aboard here for the Jays with nobody out. And that will bring up the DH, David Bignocchi. And David Bignocchi is 2 for 2 singles. And Vermeer now pitching from the stretch, and first pitch to Bignocchi is just missing the inside corner. Brings it to a 1-0 count. We'll see what kind of strategy the Jays try to use here to get another run to scratch across. And the 1-0 strike on the outside corner. Top of the 6th-inning, Wildcats lead 4-3. And the Jays have nobody out. 1 on as Bignocchi squares to bunt. Pops it up, and Ripperda can't quite make the play. Good hustle by Ripperda. And the count is 1-2. And the 1-2 pitch to Bignocchi, swinging a foul tip. That was a good-looking breaking pitch from Vermeer, but Bignocchi barely got a piece of that. Count remains 1-2. Bignocchi represents the winning run, or the go-ahead run, at the plate. There's a little blooper in the shallow left, and that's going to fall in front of Tate Hoff for another single. Not the hardest hit ball in the world, but Bignocchi has his 3rd single of the game. And that will bring up the third baseman, Zane Wieland, excuse me. And Coach Kramer wants to talk to Vermeer. Not a whole lot Vermeer can do, just a couple singles. One of them a little bloop shot. Still nobody out. Runners at first and second. Wildcats can definitely maybe expect a bunt here from their 9-hitter. Whelan struck out back in the second, flew out to center back in the fourth. And Blauette is going to play on the grass. So is McKinney. First pitch to Wheelie is going to square to bunt, popped it up, Ripperda finds it and makes a fantastic catch for out number one. Great play by Dawson Ripperda. And there's one away and a huge out number one. And that'll bring up the second baseman, Dylan Lehman. And Lehman having a good game here in this one so far. He's 2 for 3. Single in the first, single in the second. Fly out to center back in the fourth. First pitch to him. He's going to square to bunt. That's foul toward Gehlen Catholic's dugout. And the 0-1 pitch, breaking ball in there for strike two. Good pitch from Spencer Vermeer. Counts 0-2. One away, runners at first and second. Wildcats trying to hold on to a one-run lead. And Vermeer just balked. So runners will advance to second and third. And I'm not for sure exactly what Vermeer did. I thought he just stepped off. Maybe moved the front foot first, but nonetheless, that changes a lot. Runners at second and third. And Kramer calls for the corners in. So runners at second and third for Dylan Lehman. You have to think anything hit to the right side, Wildcats might come home with it. That is a good play by Ripperda to keep the ball in front of them. And that's ball two. And that's behind the batter in Lehman. Good job by Ripperda corralling that. Believe the count at 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch high brings the count to full 3-2, and a big pitch coming up here for both sides. Yes, an open base, but an out here would be awesome here for Vermeer. And Ripperda's going to go ahead and talk to him. Looks like he's just kind of telling him to breathe, telling him to relax. A guy who doesn't have a ton of pitching experience. But Vermeer Jr. trying to make the most of his opportunity here. Payoff pitch from Vermeer. Swinging a drive over a short. Good play by Creighton. They're going to really drop it. Okay, they're going to really drop it on the transfer. So a good catch by Ryer Creighton. Ball did come out of his glove, but it was on the transfer. So here's Connor Kraft for the Jays. Runners on second and third, and it looks like they're going to intentionally walk him. So good. I think a good decision there by Coach Kramer, getting to Ryan Livermore, who has struck out his last 2 times up. Reached on an error back in the first. And Livermore went 0 for 3 back in the first game. So a good decision here by Kramer, I think, to walk Kraft. First pitch to Livermore's high and away. And the 1-0 pitch high almost hits Livermore in the head, and Vermeer falls behind 2-0. And Spencer Vermeer pitching from the windup. A big couple pitches here coming up. In the 2-0, swinging a foul ball. Vermeer gets a strike. Top of the 6th inning, Wildcats lead 4-3. 2 away, bases loaded. Counts 2-1 to Ryan Livermore. And the 2-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball out of play. Spencer Vermeer 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. I think he's got everybody in the ballpark on the edge of their seat here. Here's a 2-2. Just misses. Whole Westline dugout wanted that call. Fantastic spot from Spencer Vermeer. And that was borderline. Maybe missed a little low, a little away. 3-2 count, 2 away, runners going on the pitch. 3-2 pitch, foul ball. So because it's a 3-2 count, because there's 2 outs, runners will be going. So anything in the gap is probably going to score 3 here. Payoff pitch from Vermeer. Swinging a drive into center. Jacobson going back. He'll make the catch for out number 3. Great job by Spencer Vermeer getting out of that jam. And it is still a 4-3 ball game going into the bottom of the 6th. And we'll get to the bottom of the 6th after this. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. We have a great one here for you. We had a fantastic game in the first game. Another great game here. Wildcats trying to add on to a 4-3 lead and get some insurance here in the bottom of the 6th. And leading off is Jackson Meyer. He's 1 for 2 so far. Single in the 2nd. Ground out back in the 3rd. First pitch to him's a strike in the outside corner. Wildcats just need to scratch any sort of run across here. In the 0-1, that's a drive into right. Gehlen going back. He won't get there. That's going to be a for sure double for Meyer. He falls down near first. Needs to hustle to second, and he's in there. So a leadoff double for Jackson Meyer. And now here's Hunter Jacobson. Jacobson 1 for 2. Single in the 2nd, strikeout in the 4th. With Ryer Creighton waiting on deck. First pitch to Jacobson, high and tight. Ball 1. And for a Saturday afternoon game, pretty good crowd here at the ballpark. Gehlen Catholic fans, about an hour away, showed out as well. Swing and a miss from Jacobson. Evens the count at 1-1. And the 1-1 to Jacobson. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Jacobson just needs to take a deep breath here. Down on the count, 1-2. Just needs anything in play here to advance Meyer. The Wildcats just need to scratch one more run across. And Keaton Logan, the catcher, is going to call time.
Runner at second base after a leadoff double by Jackson Meyer. We are in the bottom of the sixth. Wildcats lead 4-3. And nobody out. Counts 1-2. Livermore from the stretch.
Kicks and deals, just misses
Ball two. Counts even 2-2. Livermore checks the runner at second. And the 2-2 pitch inside, full count.
Three to the count to Hunter Jacobson, nobody out. And the payoff pitch, ball four. And that'll bring up Ryer Creighton. Creighton, 1-for-3. Popped out to the first baseman back in the first, singled in the second, and flew out to center back in the fourth. He's going to square to bunt. Infield for the Jays coming in. Pulls it back, strike called anyway.
Throw back to first, not in time. Jacobson back safely.
One the count to Creighton. We'll see if he can get this bunt down with nobody out. With Severson waiting on deck. Squares the bunt again. And the pitch, he gets it down. The throw will go to first. So Ryer Creighton does his job, gets the bunt down.
So runners at second and third for Zach Severson.
Severson 1-for-3 on the day. Pop out to first base. He actually has the exact same line almost as Ryer Creighton. Popped out to first, back in the first, singled in the second, then flew out to center.
Back in the fourth, and they're actually going to
Intentionally walk him. So bases loaded for the Wildcats, and they intentionally walk Zach Severson to get to Dawson Ripperda. And Ripperda, not a kid that needs to be easily motivated, but I think this definitely motivates him here as they walk Severson to get to him.
One away, bases loaded. First pitch, ground ball over to third. The throw is to home. He's out there, and the throw to first is in time. And Dawson Ripperda grounds into a
Double play with the bases loaded.
Wildcats still lead 4-3 going into the top of the seventh.
We'll see if they can close it out here. You're watching Westside Baseball on YouTube.
And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. We got a good one here for you. Top of the seventh, Wildcats lead 4-2-3, and the Jays up. They have their 4, 5, and 6 batters due up. Ryan Augustine, Gabe Wilchin, Keaton Logan. First pitch to Augustine is low for a ball from Spencer Vermeer. Augustine so far 1 for 2. Walk in the first, pop out to the first baseman back in the third as he hits that one to left. Hoff ranging over. He'll make the catch for out number 1. Good play by Tate Hoff. So a hard hit ball, but right to Tate Hoff. And that will bring up the left fielder, Gabe Wilchin. Wilchin 0 for 3 in this one. Strikeout in the first, ground out in the third, then a strikeout back in the fifth. First pitch to Wilchin, breaking ball in there for a strike. Good pitch by Spencer Vermeer. Wilchin does have some pop in that bat, so Vermeer has to be a little careful here. It's a line drive over to Creighton, who makes a fantastic play at shortstop. Diving play by Ryer Creighton for out number 2. And he's made some awesome plays over there in both games today. And there's 2 away here in the top of the 7th. And the last hope for the Jays will be Keaton Logan. First pitch to him is a line drive straight to third base, and Cale Blowett for out number 3. And the Wildcats take game 2 here in this doubleheader, and they win 4-2-3. And they split it with Gehlen Catholic. And I will take a little bit of a break, wrap this game up, and give you some thoughts here for the future and the rest of the week here for the Wildcats. You're watching Westline Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to the ballpark in Larchwood. We had a couple of fantastic games. Gehlen Catholic took the first game 4-1, and the Wildcats responded well with a 4-3 victory here in game 2. And I'll go through a few of the stats here. First for the Jays, Dylan Lehman went 2 for 4 with 2 singles. Connor Kraft went 1 for 2 with a double and 2 runs scored. Ryan Livermore went 0 for 4. Ryan Augustine went 1 for 3 with a double and a walk. Gabe Wilchin 0 for 4. Keaton Logan went 0 for 3. Carter Kellen went 1 for 2 with a single. David Magnocchi went 3 for 3 with 3 singles, and Zane Wieland went 0 for 2. 0 for 3 with a strikeout flyout and a pop out. And Ryan Livermore went, I believe, the whole way here for the Jays. Went 6 innings, gave up 4 runs. And for the Wildcats, Ryder Creighton went 1 for 3 with a single. Zach Severson 1 for 3 with a single. Dawson Ripperda 1 for 3 with a single and a walk. And Corey McKinney went 0 for 3. Tate Hoff 2 for 3 with 2 infield singles. Cale Blowett 1 for 3 with a single and caught the last out of the game on that line drive. And Jane Vermeer 0 for 3. And Jackson Meyer 2 for 3 with a double and a single. Hunter Jacobson went 1 for 2 with a single walk and a strikeout. Pitching wise for the Wildcats, Ryder Creighton started it. Could not record it out in the first inning. Then Tyler Cook came in for a couple innings, and Garen Maindring came in for him for a couple, and then Spencer Vermeer finished it out here for the Wildcats. And with that win and with this game here, the Wildcats move up to be 7-5 overall. Their conference record will stay the same, and the Jays will move. I believe their record is now 8-7. And the Jays coming up, they play Trinity Christian on Monday. They will play at Trinity Christian, and then they'll play at home against Hartley Melvin Sanborn on Wednesday. Then looks like at home against MMCRU on the 16th. Then they will be, I believe, hosting the Granville tournament next weekend, and I believe the Wildcats will be at that one as well. And as for the Wildcats, on Monday they will be at Boyden Hole Rock Valley. On Wednesday they will host MLC Floyd Valley. That will be an interesting matchup to watch there. And then on Friday they will be at Sheldon, and then next weekend they will play Remington St. Mary's in the first round of the Granville Spalding tournament. So I will have the call for you. Actually, I won't have any games this week that are, actually take that back. I will have the call for you on Wednesday against MOC Floyd Valley. So thank you so much for tuning in for this entertaining doubleheader, and I will see you next time. This is Jordan DeSmit signing off.